Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Obduction. So, last session, that was Saturday, we began the game, and I don't know how long the game is. It seems like we've got a reasonable way through. So far, we've discovered that, well, aside from the obvious fact that people have been disappearing from Earth and appearing on an alien world, we have come across some evidence which strongly suggests that the cause of this is actually an alien plant rather than an intelligent alien life form, which is very curious. We have also found that people seem to be turning up from all sorts of different times. Certainly we have people from all the way back to certainly the mid-1800s. I think we may even have some people from the early 1800s here. And I think the latest arrival claimed to be from the 2400s. The fact that all these people are alive contemporaneously suggests that we're in the future at this point, and that people have been somehow suspended for a long period of time. Although exactly how this relates to these plants isn't clear. I think that's more or less the gist of it. Lots to be discovered. The settlement we turned up on appears to be very much locked down, or at least it was when we got there, with only one living inhabitant that we've come across, though plenty of evidence of other people that had been here before. It seems they were expecting an attack from an alien species. So we know of 3 alien species that live in the area. I will double check their names in a moment because I have forgotten. But it seems that these plants that have been bringing people to this world aren't only taking people from Earth, but from other alien worlds with a similar atmosphere. And the atmosphere is also similar on the alien world we found ourselves on. Anyway, that's the story so far, so let's get into it. If I can remember how. Resume game. There we go. So, as I was saying, the alien species. This is the seed information, which is about the plant. The plant that seems to be removing people. So there's the Mofang, the Villain, and the Arai. Let me add that to my notes. And specifically, it was the Mofang that seemed to have both donated a lot of technology to the humans here, but equally were the people supposedly responsible for this attack, although we haven't actually found much evidence to suggest that the attack actually took place. Lots of signs of evacuation, people leaving in anticipation of the attack, but no real evidence that it actually took place in the end. This is a map of the area we're on. It's circular because the plant seems to transport roughly spherical portions of a world with this alien world, and if the notes that the inhabitants had on this plant are accurate, then we're to believe that it's a two-way transport, so presumably parts of this alien world have ended up on Earth, as well as the worlds of the Villain, the Mofang, and the Arai. Now, very briefly, that's a Mofang. That's an Arai. They are these insectoid creatures. And then there's the Villain. I believe the Mofang were the ones that were most similar to us. Or at least in terms of language they were. They were the ones we had apparently the humans had the easiest time communicating with. How do I go back? Nope, didn't mean to do that. This is embarrassing, I've forgotten how I go back a page. Do I just click up here? Yes, I do. That was it. So who were the villain again? Oh yes, there's different types of seeds. Apparently there's so-called ambassador seeds. Okay, so the plant that's transporting people does so via its seeds. And there are different types of seed. And the ambassador seed seemed to facilitate a sort of temporary transport, which has allowed various species to become aware of each other and communicate prior to the wholesale transportation of large parts of planets. I say large parts. The largest area we're aware of that has been transported might have a radius of half a mile, perhaps at most. Anyway, now, since we last played this game, I did realise something. That is by putting together various things that we'd read. Now, some of the earliest notes we have here describe where is it? We fully explored our new surroundings, hoping to find a way home. No way home was ever found. In fact, we soon discovered what we take for granted now. Not only could we not get back home, we also could not access the landscape outside the desert. Curiously, we discovered that a flow of water was provided from a high point. Now, that's the first thing that's the first fact that I've taken note of. The fact that they tried to explore but apparently couldn't get out of the desert, combined with the fact that, if you'll bear with me a second, we found an area up this way last session which was initially blocked off by some... So they have technology in this world to create they can basically project matter. It's an imperfect process, but a bunch of rocks were projected here that from this device that was blocking access through this tunnel. But if you get to the other side of the tunnel, you get to this force field. So I remember remarking in the last session this seemed a bit pointless. Why were the inhabitants here, who had been blocking off possible exits and entrances to their home in anticipation of the Mofang attack, why were they bothering to block off somewhere that clearly went nowhere? And then finally, I remember CW, who is a character in this game. Oh, what was his full name? CW is his... is the name that most people call him. Cecil, that was it. Who we have met, he's the only person who's still here. He remarked that the next thing that we need to do is for him to get us outside of the walls. Now I was wondering what the walls were, given that there are clearly no conventional walls here holding us in place. So putting all that together, I think there must be a way to get through that force field. And that by get on the other side of the walls, that must be what Cecil was referring to, getting onto the other side of the force field. Up until then, his comment about getting on the other side of the walls was a little bit vague, to say the least. Anyway, so that's more or less where we are. At the very end of the last session, we got access to that house that we started this session in, and we found a bunch of resources which told us more about the story. And So that's where we are. So right now I don't know precisely what I'm supposed to be doing, but I suppose in general I should be trying to open up new areas if I can and see where they lead. I have a few ideas along those lines, so I guess we should get into it. I know at some point I need to get through here, but I'm not sure how that will be accomplished. Or at least I'm confident I will need to. Because I believe I need to get there. Unless I misunderstood what Cecil was saying, I believe he was suggesting he wanted me to get to the red projector. Projector in this case means matter projector. Which incidentally I believe is technology that the humans here had borrowed and adapted from the Mofang. So clearly there had been a period where the people here had much better relations with the Mofang. We still don't know why they wanted to attack. Oh, I take it back. Access up there does not get us down here. It's up here we need to get to. Okay, my mistake. See, we have been up this way before, but previously we had diverted water so that water was coming down this way instead of another way, which isn't relevant to the discussion right this moment. But that was then providing the power to this lift. Currently this lift has no power. Hello Penky, it's lovely to see you. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to access that projector if I need it. What I might do actually is have another knock on Cecil's door and see what he says again. Okay, so then that makes me wonder, could it be the contention of Cecil that this beam is actually generating this field that's keeping us in place, and the desert that the very old note referred to, perhaps that's the outer desert as opposed to the desert that was transported with us? Because we've seen no sign of water out there. I see no reason why you wouldn't call that a desert. Anyway, what else do we have here? Oh yes, and I had made several attempts to get through here, because this looked like somewhere else we could get to. In fact, I wonder if that gives us access back up top in some way, shape or form. Because this is where we diverted the water to. I showed you before where we're taking it away. If opening this up gave us access back up top, then we could use that to divert the water back, get access to the lift, and then get over to the projector. Hello, Cyber. It's very important to listen to Cecil's words very closely, because he won't react to you anymore once you called him too often. Yes, that has been a concern of mine. I do get that. I had got that impression off of him. But of course this was between streams, so I did rather feel I needed to speak to him again. But I do take your point. Okay. Now I distinctly recall the problem with trying to get through here was that the device we have for getting through the boulders was mounted on a mining cart. It's this thing. And it's pointed the wrong way, and I haven't yet found a way to turn it around. That's all it would take. If I had a way to turn this around on its tracks, we could go down there and have a look immediately. But I haven't yet found a way to do that. I'm pretty sure if we could get through there specifically, we'd be able to turn it around. Because unless my topography is all messed up in my head, I'm fairly certain to turn it around we need a cycle, a loop in the track. I'm not sure any old loop on its own would be sufficient, but I don't think it would be possible to turn the cart around unless there were a loop. Well, I suppose unless you had a special bit of apparatus which specifically let you do that. Like a platform you could wheel it onto that could then rotate independently. That would do it. But I don't think something like that exists. But yes, so I think what we're looking for, unless I'm mistaken, is a loop in the track at which joins back onto the track at the right angle to let us turn it around. You could, in theory, also have a track in a triangle. Yes, that would work. I'm thinking of that as being a loop. I don't necessarily mean a circle. I mean a loop in the sense of graph theory. But yes, you're absolutely right. So, honestly, I think perhaps that's what I should do initially. I should try and figure out how I might turn the minecart around. That's probably my next priority. Unless I'm missing something. Okay. I don't see any track in here. Even though the track goes up to that point on either side. And then abruptly stops. So that implies that this isn't a way I could set up a loop. At least not presently. Because I'd need additional track. What else do we have? Oh, a loop in the sense of a roller coaster would be cool though. I hadn't even thought of that. Yep, it just stops there, so that's no benefit. There's also track up here, which it would be nice to be able to access, particularly as it allows us to get across there, which would allow us to access some specific things that we don't currently have access to. But I don't think I found a way to connect the minecart up to that bit of track. That looks like that might be more rock that could be cleared up there. Why have I stopped moving? I don't know why that happened. Possibly controller connectivity problems or something. That's a dead end. So that's... I don't think that would solve our immediate problem of getting to the projector. That one. That's the laser coming out of the projector, so I suppose I mean that one over there somewhere. But it might lead to some sort of progress if I could get the cart up there. Where does the cart connect? There. That's the track I'd have to get it onto to investigate this other possibility. Of course, if I could get it up top, it's possible I'd be able to get an angle on the relevant bit of track without... Sorry, an angle on the rocks that were being projected down there, is what I meant to say, without having to turn it around. It's over there somewhere, isn't it? There, I think. I can't quite make it out. I think I would just about have an angle on it from right here if I could get the cart up here. So there are possibilities. Okay, but how would one do that, even under optimal circumstances? how would one get a cart onto this bit of track specifically? Well, I think it's clear that there's nowhere around here that it could join onto. For us to be able to get the cart up here, it would have to climb. It would have to be elevated. And so we would either need a lift that then joins onto the end of a piece of track, or we would need a more conventional way to for the minecart to gain elevation, such as climbing at an angle. But I don't see much evidence of either of those. So I assume if the minecart can get up there, it's probably ends up coming through here somehow. Because like I say, there's like nowhere up there. We've just been up there. There's nowhere up there for the minecart to... for a piece of track that the minecart is on to join up to. Like, even if we had, like this, a piece of track that is also a lift that can go up, there's nothing to actually get the minecart's wheels to move from that piece of track onto this piece of track here that goes down there. Anyway, all this is to say, I don't think going this way is the solution at present. Having looked at and thought about the track, I think it probably does come down to being able to turn the minecart around somehow. Am I missing anything obvious? Oh, this sort of crossing is of no benefit to us, because a minecart going this way can only go that way, a minecart going this way can only go there, and the same with these two. Like, this sort of joint doesn't allow a cart to turn around to go, you know, in left or right. It can only go straight on. So that doesn't solve the turning the minecart problem around. That doesn't solve the problem of turning the minecart around. We've investigated down there. We know that the track ends there. It doesn't continue after the rocks, so that's no benefit. Come to think of it, even like having two of these, like if the track separated with a joint like this, split and then rejoined, I don't think that would allow us to turn the minecart around. It would still be... I can't think of the proper words. It would still be a system that would only allow the minecart to essentially move backwards or forwards. It wouldn't rotate it. What else do we have? Of course, independently of this, were I able to get another projector that was more portable or something like that, that would also do it. Hello, what do we have here? Nope, that's no use. What if we continue down this way? Not much use either. Not this far anyway. Pretty sure there was nothing up the other way, but we may as well be thorough. Perhaps I need to draw a picture of the entire track in my notes. In fact, do I even need to do that? Didn't we come across a complete diagram of the rail network somewhere? I think we did. Let me see if I can find that. That might shed some light on the situation. I think it was either in the quote-unquote speakeasy, which is through here, I think, or it was in the White House, one or the other. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's the rail network. That's the sort of thing. Yeah, that is definitely the sort of thing we'd need. Because if the minecart was headed down this way, so if we imagine the minecart has its front on this bit of track to the right, and then obviously its back would be to the left, and then it went down this way, down this way, down this way, turned round here, back down here, back down here. We end up back here, but with the minecart turned around, so the front will be on the left and the back on the right. That's exactly what we want. And I don't think there is any other bit of track which would do the job. No, it doesn't look like it. Problem is, this goes through CW's yard, and that's the place where there was just a fence right in the way. But no, this has been profitable, in so much as it has confirmed what I already suspected, namely that there is no other way to do this. Or at least, if the solution involves using the railway track, as opposed to some other method like removing the projector, or if there's some way we can gain access to a piece of track which itself can lift up, rotate around and go back down or something like that. Assuming that's not the case, the only way to do it with tracks alone is this way. Yeah, this is the bit of track we were looking at where it turns around. This must be the solution then. There isn't another alternative. So the question then becomes, how do I break this down? Or otherwise dismantle it? A very good question. I've tried moving the cart into it at speed to see if it can bust through, and that did not work. Not many that notice that the map shows the tracks. Guess many are not familiar to interpret map symbols. Oh. I don't know. This does bother me though. I suppose strictly speaking, I don't know for a fact that going through those rocks is part of the solution to the getting to the laser puzzle. That said, if it's not, then I don't know what is. Hey Jay, it's lovely to see you again. So what I'm saying is if this isn't part of that puzzle, then I don't know how to proceed on the puzzle otherwise. It also would seem a little bloody-minded of the devs to leave a obvious solution to the puzzle in the game, that is, using the tracks, but then make it inaccessible. You'd have thought if it wasn't the intention that I ever be able to turn around the cart using the tracks, that they simply wouldn't have had this bit of track. You know, like this bit of track wouldn't exist. Once again, the solution is too obvious and simple to make sense for the human brain. Really? That is very interesting. Because I've certainly attempted to open it. Yeah, you know what to do, it just hasn't clicked yet. I don't think I can ask CW to do it. I mean, one thing that did occur to me is I could try firing the laser at it. It's just that the laser is only supposed to disrupt Mofang technology. It's not supposed to disrupt just anything. This should, in theory, stop the laser. I will say you don't open that bit of track. Okay, thank you. That is colossally helpful. I mean... Oh, hold on. I don't need to gain access to the laser at all, do I? I just need to just stop it from working, and there's a very easy way to do that. Oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant... how does this thing... There we go. Actually, where do I want this? I know where I want it. Okie doke. I do hope that this laser isn't going to be required later. Here we go. Oh, no, cycle to the side. There we go. I'm sure that is exactly what CW had in mind. Of course, having destroyed the force field, we have left ourselves wide open to attack. Progress. Interesting. So he wants me to plug in some battery that's nearby, though he hasn't said exactly where. I assume he meant near the tree. And he wants me to get under the tree as well. The gate with the propeller. Oh wait, you were responding to someone else's comments. Never mind. Yep, that's cool. My mistake. Wait, what? Oh, that was it. That's how I get up to near the tree's location. I still don't think I have access to that, though. Oh, have I still not unlocked this? That's right, the vault, as it seemed to be called. Specifically the area we accessed via the keypad. That came out. That came out the other side of the White House. So we didn't gain access to this area because this is where I thought it might come out. But I'll tell you what is interesting. It used to be absolutely pitch black in there because I remember looking in there several times. But now it seems quite light. And I can see what's in there through that little... well, through all the little gaps. That's peculiar. I'm not sure why that would have changed. Because you can plainly see that there's holes in the wall over there. So sunlight should have been shining in there all along. So I'm not sure why earlier in the game this was literally pitch black. Okie dokie. I will be back here imminently, but before then, I do want to check the state of the barrier, because it looked to me like the barrier might be going down, but it's difficult to be sure until I've actually walked up to part of it. I can't know that for certain. It's still here, isn't it? Whoa, what? That's different. Whoa. I wasn't expecting that. Indeed, very curious. So my first thought is, am I in an area, am I still in the same circle of desert? Or have I been transported to... I know the place where I'm standing right this moment I have never been before. The question is this just another part of the same area which I couldn't access before, or am I in an entirely new area? I think I'm in the same circle of desert I was before, just in a part of it I couldn't get to, because I think that is the same waterfall we saw before, and I think this is the very tops of the not the dam. The dam's up there. Yeah, that's the bridge. Yep. So that's the rest of the town. So indeed, this is just a part of the same area we couldn't get to before. Interesting. And I'll tell you what. It looks like we could ride the cart through here. Interesting. So that's all locked up. Incidentally, can I just walk into any part of this? It looks like I can. Okay. Will I always end up... okay, 2 questions. Is it two-way? So if I go through here and then I turn around and try and go back, will I end up on this spot or will I end up in another spot? And 2, are they consistent? If I were to travel through this particular section of the force field twice in a row, would I always come out at the same spot? Okay. I hope this isn't bad for my health. But the answer indeed looks like yes to both questions. It looks like they've done some sort of one-to-one mapping. Okay, so what about... okay. I was wondering what would stop me from materializing inside rocks on the other side. And it's because there's rocks here. So for example, here, I was like, what would stop me from materializing inside there? So I can't prove this, but I wonder if the force field transports you a certain number of degrees round the circle, which might be... it might be 180 degrees, for example, causing you to come out exactly opposite where you went in, or something like that. Or it might be a lesser number of degrees. Because certainly when I came in here, I seemed to end up at a particular point, and if I move over here, I ended up just to the right of that point, I believe. So it does seem like it's continuous. That then leads to the obvious question. Hold on, I should be able to end up inside a rock here. Oh, it's not quite continuous. That's interesting. So if I go here, there should be a rock right next to me. But there isn't. Hold on. I think I see what might be happening here. So I go in here, and I come out right next to this rock formation. Right next to it. The rock formation is to my left, even though there's rocks here on my right. And if I go all the way down the other side and do the same thing... yes, it's reversed. So is this actually... it's continuous. I do end up in like approximately the same distance away from where I started. In fact, is that true? Let's time this. To get from here to here, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Now let's try that again. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Right. Yep, that's approximately the same distance then. And it's continuous. But I end up... if I, for example, if I travel to the right where I am now, it will move me to the left where I come out. That is assuming the direction I'm looking at remains constant. Is that my mistake? Hold on. I'm going to draw myself a quick diagram in my notes. So, supposing I'm here, and I'm facing in that direction, and then I travel clockwise, and then end up there. Now imagine it was moving me 180 degrees around this circle. But it would also have to turn me around so I'm facing into the circle, wouldn't it? Is that true? Hold on, I'm facing out of the circle now. Okay, that's significant. I'm facing out of the circle. But when I go through, I'm facing into the circle, so it isn't turning me around. Assuming it's teleporting me 180 degrees. Which it might not be. But to put it another way, my character's orientation, I think, is remaining constant. So if I was facing that way and I had just moved clockwise, and then I went through, I'd have to travel anti-clockwise to get back to an equivalent position on the opposite side. I'm not explaining this well. If we call being over here A, and A on the other side is here, and then the other bit is B, I'm saying that if I travel clockwise round to from A to B, then once I travelled through, I still have to go anti-clockwise to go back. So how would that map to right and left? If A is, say, pointing directly north to begin with, and then I travel some ways of the way clockwise, that's going to be like I'm travelling right. Then I come out and I'm facing in because my orientation has remained constant, even though my position has changed. Then I'd have to travel right again to get back to A on the other side of the barrier. So all that, this would be much easier to explain if you could see my notes. That's something I still haven't come up with a solution for. So all that is to say that the way this is behaving is consistent with it moving me around the circle by a fixed number of degrees, probably around 180, although it's hard to be exact, but keeping my orientation the same. And if it's doing that, then I would notice the phenomena that I say travel from A to B turning right, go through the barrier, then if I go right, then I have to go right again to get back to A, which seems odd. Like, because it feels as though you're constantly travelling in the same direction, because you like travel right, go through, travel right, go through, travel right, go through, and so on. But that's actually illusionary because you've gone round the circle. So in one case going right means going clockwise, in the other case it means going anti-clockwise. So yes, that's how this thing seems to be behaving. So yes, in conclusion, it transports my position but not my orientation, and it seems to be transporting me, I estimate, by about 180 degrees, so it's hard to be exact. Okay. That's not ideal. Oh. So I could get the cart over here, and if it was facing the right way, I could have it take out those stones. Which stones are they? Right, that's the main part of the town. No, it's not. No, I'm on the other side. Of course I am. That's the... That's where I got the petrol from. That's the... Well, specifically it was more over there. So this is the garagey type area. So I don't think that I've been over here yet, because I don't think I discovered a way to cross the river yet. I'm not saying a way across the river isn't available to me, just that I haven't discovered it yet. It all makes sense, just hurts your brain a bit. I honestly think that a big part of that is because I don't have a way of showing you my notes, so I can't just draw a pretty picture. One thing I do think is notable though, is even though I think it is just moving me around the circle by about 180 degrees, I do think it is changing my elevation. Because I'm quite high up here, and I'm fairly certain I was low down on the other side. I can't be exactly sure of that, because of course as you're walking along, if the ground is slowly going up or down over a long period of time, you won't necessarily notice it. You know, just intuitively, I'm not sure humans are that brilliant at judging elevation absolutely. But to me, this feels like this is fairly low ground. Although, admittedly, it is rising here. Okay, so I suppose what I should say is that there is a good chance that the... Hold on, is this something we can destroy? No, this doesn't look projected. What was I saying? I think there's a good chance it's changing my elevation, although I suppose it's hard to be sure. It would be surprising if it wasn't changing my elevation, though, on the grounds that that would imply that the section of Earth that the seed transported here, by coincidence, happened to have, even though it changes in elevation throughout, each side happened to exactly match each other, and they haven't been allowed to deviate from that since. Which would seem a bit strange. Ooh, I think I've come out the back of the garagey area. Oh my goodness, that was a large insect. I should be careful because I don't know what's here. I don't know that it's safe. That's interesting that there's track here. Oh, this is where I was just a moment ago, wasn't I? And I was trying to move the door and it wouldn't budge. And this looks like a very, very convenient way to spin the cart around. Which is nice. Ooh, more lore. New arrival, infantry check-in, CRT, short hose, 2 switches, small tree, leather pouch, power supply, large sheet, metal cabinet, wood flooring, light fixture, various country flags, 4 metal poles, video camera, 16 car batteries, back half pickup truck, cardboard boxes, shelves, books, projector screen, chalkboard, slide projector, carpet, partial fence, tomatoes, 2 cassette recorders, compressor hose, fuse box, electrical cable, various switches, assorted light bulbs, metal box, wire cutters, wire strippers, calculator, paints, assorted canvases, easel, several throw rugs, welder, power supply pump, selection of I-beam, section of I-beam, tin snips, pliers. Fair enough. I think that was all. So I'd suggest we now have the means we needed to turn the cart around. Albeit in a slightly different way than I had initially anticipated. I do find this section particularly disconcerting. Guess I'll just have to be careful. Dum-de-dum-de-dee. Let's just make our way back. Right, so this is where I need to get the minecart to. Sometimes this doesn't want to go, and I'm never sure why. There we go. Is that actually what I wanted? No, I think I've actually undone what I wanted. Yes, that'll bring it that way. Okay, my mistake. Okay, which means we need to take the cart this way. This is why I bothered to go to the effort of... This is why I bothered to take the effort of going back the way the main minecart must travel, as opposed to just taking the shortest route to the minecart, because I need to obviously set up all the switches along the way. Switches in the track. Which I think I've done. Has that worked? Yeah, that's worked. Good, good, good. Good. Good so far. Once we're there, I think I am going to attempt to... Ooh, slowing down as it goes uphill. Okay, we're good. It didn't get stuck. What was I saying? I think while I'm here I will try going down that little bit of miscellaneous track that ends nowhere and seeing if I can destroy those rocks or not, even though I don't know how to get there yet. It may just save me time in the future. Over here is where I mean. But I think we need to turn... the minecart around first. Wonderful. Okay, easy does it. We don't want any embarrassing accidents. That would be bad. There. Let's see. Oh, I can see the little red sparkle actually, so this should work. Wonderful. I've unlocked an area that I don't yet know how to get to. Still, something to look forward to when we get it. Get to it, I mean. Let me go. Actually, strictly speaking, I don't suppose there's any problem if I do get out after the turn, because I can just back up the cart and then go the way I wanted. There we go. Right, now we should be able to take out those rocks from before. The ones that I couldn't work out how to get to. Now, is the game still adamant that I can't pull these while I'm inside? It does seem to be. Perhaps the cart's actually on the intersection at times like that, and so it quite rightly prevents me from potentially damaging the track or the cart. No, it doesn't want me changing it there. That might still be it though. That might be the reason. Which way is this set to? That's alright. Oh, this is another... This isn't just an area we weren't able to get to before, but it appears to be an entire section of railroad we couldn't... But I take that back, I can see the railroad ending just ahead. That's what we want. Good thing there's no angry mofangs on the other end here of these, on the other end of any of these projected boulder piles. That's the toxic symbol. I think that's Russian, which, well, it's quite disconcerting. Interesting. Suppose we'll get access to that later, probably. So why is this area so toxic? I wasn't expecting to see that. But fair enough. Do wish I had a Geiger counter with me. Submarine part, salvage log, 4 fluid valves and pipe attachment, 6 fire hoses, 1 large fluid valve, 4 lead acid batteries, 5 speakers various sizes, 2 hydraulic lifts, 3 small electric motors, 4 medium electric motors, 22 assorted toggle switches, 32 cot/mattresses, 1 retro encabulator, and then some Russian, 7 buckets, 4 spigots, 17 assorted momentary switches, 3 pressure meters, 1 cutting torch, 4 acetylene canisters, 10 oxygen tanks, 188 welding rods, 1 engine room door, 1 electric welder, 3 soldering irons, 20 assorted solenoids, 4 flow regulators, 7 assorted voltmeters, 2 oscilloscopes, 22 torpedo warhead explosives, 5 wire bundles and harness, 50 feet, 1 multimeter, 1 fuel hose, 50 feet, 8 assorted fans, 4 large pipe wrenches, 12 cases of Zubrowka, 11 assorted pumps, 1 electric hoist, 2 come-alongs, 1 cable winch, 41 assorted light bulbs, 2 refrigerators, 40 large cans of assorted vegetables, 2 electric ovens, and that appears to be it. You were wondering where our boy CW was getting all his parts. This is true. I'm still not convinced he could build a spaceship out of it, mind you. But this does go part way to explaining things. Oh, I wasn't expecting to gain access to here so rapidly. Not that I'm complaining. What is this? I don't know. What's going on up there? That looks like an entire floor we don't yet have access to. Perhaps one can get there via the sub? Although it's a U-boat and not a submarine since its Soviet was built during Second World War. Correct me if I'm crazy, but aren't U-boat submarines? But Americans like to call everything submarines. Every other country likes to differ. Fair enough, although I'm not sure how what you would I'm not sure what the point of difference would be. I feel like I should be able to access the upper area, but I can't see a way to do it. Perhaps that's something that becomes available later? Although one has to wonder, what is the point in having access to this area if we can't do anything here? This definitely doesn't move, does it? Doesn't seem like it. Huh. How odd. How very odd. I now have access to this area, but there's nothing... There's no obvious advantage. Also, interesting that they have water down here. If this had been here long, and that was just the water that got transported in here, then I think it would have evaporated. Because it had, at least for a while... I suppose we don't know how long that projector had been there, but what I'm getting at is if there was any airflow, then of course the air in here would have been very, very humid and it would have escaped, and over a long period of time this water would have disappeared, unless it's being replenished from somewhere. It is possible I'm missing something, but I don't see anything I can do here at the present. So I guess I should just move on. US submarines do have different propulsions and are designed differently. They can stay a long time underwater and are slow on the surface, while European U-boats are fast on the surface but can't stay as long underwater as the American ones, though they are way more silent in operation. The waterfall is right next to it. Perhaps it is leaking in to replenish the water. I was thinking, or I was considering something like that, but there's two things to consider. First of all, I don't see any obvious point of entry. That doesn't mean there isn't one, but I don't see one. And the other thing is, if that were the case, you'd have thought there might be some concerns of contamination. Still. This submarine area was added to the game a few years later. Oh, okay. I thought it seemed a little odd. Hold on, can I... I'm trying to think, how do I get over to the other side? Oh, I could do that previously, couldn't I? Because it'd be nice to walk along this area. I'm pretty sure that would give me access to the area I saw from above. Yes, I know. I turn this around and then I get to the other side via the White House instead. So I take the long way round, because previously I didn't have another way through there from one side of the settlement to the other, but now I do. It's just a very long way round. It includes a Book of Cecil that can be found, so it just got added for more depth of story. Fair enough. So if you consider U-boats and submarines to be entirely different things, what do you consider to be the most discriminating characteristic? If you were looking at one of those vessels and you had no knowledge about its origins whatsoever, what would you look for to decide which of the two it was? Hello. That wasn't doing that before, I'm pretty sure. Interesting. In theory, there's a way over there. I imagine we have to exploit the force field to get there. Doesn't feel like it should be called a force field anymore, does it? It's more of a transportation field. While I'm here, I seem to remember there was a reason I couldn't just go up here to get access to the tree. What was that? Oh, because I couldn't bring those stairs down. I needed to be up there to lower the stairs, presumably. Ah. Perhaps I didn't think this through. That needs to be turned all the way around for us to be able to use it to get across. Okay, that's my fault. Yes. Foiled indeed. Unfortunately foiled by my own ineptitude. Nobody else's. Fortunately, I don't seem to have become thirsty, tired, or hungry at any point since coming here. So it's not a great deal I've lost. What was down this way? Have I been down this way before? No, I don't think I have. I could be wrong. But I don't remember getting that close to that machine from this side before. Okay, where does this grant me access to? Ah, this is very convenient. Where does that take me? Up to an area I didn't know existed. Okay, let's... One thing at a time. One thing at a time. I will bring the stairs down though, since that's going to be very convenient. Assuming I'm able. Assuming I can find a way to do it. I mean, it's mainly a spelling language thing nowadays anymore, but calling American submarines U-boats would be kind of wrong, as the Americans gave it a different name after copying the German and Soviet ones. I see. Does that do it? Yes. Okay, so this whole area and the area through there absolutely warrants investigation. But, as I say, one thing at a time, I will... Oh, I can go this way as well. Ah! This is a way I can... No, I can't. I can't get to that side. Never mind. Wait, is this yet another area I found, or was this where I was before? I'm not sure where I am. Anyway, yeah, let's deal with the bridge first, getting access to the other side there. Then I will thoroughly investigate the other areas we've opened up. I suspect some of which probably grant access to the tree. This is a new area, isn't it? Okay. All of this warrants investigation, so that's at least 3 new areas that I now have access to. So many new places. Yes, indeedy. Let's hope I remember how to get back to them. Is this where I wanted to be? No, have I just gone back where I was before? No, this is where I wanted to be. Wonderful. Through here? So, what were those new places? There was the area above where the bridge is, and I let the stairs down for that. There's the area that seems to go past the dome, or a dome anyway, I don't know if it's the dome. I still don't have access over here, do I? And there was also... Oh, there was another one, wasn't there? Oh, is that how I'm supposed to do it? Alright. Then I don't think I can do it yet. Presumably I somehow need to come out back there and then I can go that way. Okay, so I'll leave it in that state and then we'll start exploring the other places I've gained access to. What's that over there? Is that nothing? That's nothing. Have I been back here before? I probably was at the start of the game. And it goes nowhere. Fair enough. Okay, so there's this area, and then there's the two other areas that link here, because this area has 3 places that the transportation field can take you to. Ah. I didn't consider that. That's frustrating. Alright, well, we'll explore some of the other areas we have access to, then we'll go back and explore the other side of that bridge. Ooh. We can go this way, apparently. Although that doesn't seem to have gained us anything. Other than some scenic views. Good for our soul, perhaps. Not so brilliant for progress. Hello. This, on the other hand. Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I could have predicted that. Well, as long as we reintegrate, that's probably not the end of the world. Reintegrate, please? Pretty please? With sugar on top? What? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. I think I must be in one of the other habitats. So, which were the other ones? There's the Mofangs, the Villains, and the Arai. Of course, I don't know that's where I am, but that's my best guess. I can't really see the sky very well too. Yeah, I mean, I can see there's a planet there, but strictly... Ooh... avian life. But strictly speaking, I can't see it clearly enough to determine if that is indeed the exact same world we saw before or not. But considering how all the notes we've seen so far were talking about the fact that they had visited the other inhabitants of the planet they found themselves on, but they'd never managed to get back to Earth. If they had managed to get back to some of the other worlds, you'd think they would have mentioned it. So I can only assume we're still on the same planet. We're still on Hunrath. Oh no, Hunrath was the name of the settlement, wasn't it? Not the planet, I think. Because wasn't Hunrath one of the surnames of one of the first people that came here? Something like that. Oh well, back we go, I guess. Hopefully it'll take me back. I suppose in theory it might dump me anywhere. Or not at all. That would be especially inconvenient. Okie doke. And I'm back. Just particles forever, yes indeed. Hello. What have we found here? Oh. Let's try the code we found before, which is somewhere all the way back in my notes. Back in some of my earliest notes. I have no reason to believe this will work, but I'm sure it couldn't hurt. 6341. Oh, I want a 3-digit code. So, no, that wouldn't work. Okay. Guess we're to be turned away disappointed. That's how I would have expected the Star Trek transporter to work. Yes. Truth of the matter is that once, of course, your central nervous system and your eyes had been disintegrated, presumably you wouldn't be seeing or feeling anything. But yes, artistically it does seem like a good representation of that sort of transportation, doesn't it? Hold on. Where were the various destinations? There was that one. Where did this one take me? I think this is how I got there initially? Yes. Yes, looks that way. Wait, I went in there, didn't I? And I came out here. That's curious. But this is another direction we can travel in. And I'm pretty certain we saw another one of those seeds when we briefly explored this way before. Which, if I'm right in my hypothesis, will presumably take us to yet another one of the settlements of the other alien species. Yes. This looks like it's a shortcut we can unlock. And it also looks like it isn't working yet. Perhaps I need to get power to it somehow. Oh well, let's see where this takes us. Presuming it's functional. Ooh. Nothing like being disintegrated and then having your particles beamed across space. Interesting. Fish. That looks like. I can't seem to move that. There we go. What does that do, if anything? It's not clear. Interesting. There's a bit of haze over to the right. I wonder if that's the transportation field, and this particular circle is butting right up against another one, or if that was just meant to be heat haze. Or something of that ilk. Ooh. Wouldn't want to slip whilst walking down here, would you? No luck thus far. It's almost like, for some reason, these other species don't want to continue their relations with humans. I can't imagine why that would be. Well, I, for one, think we're a lovely species. Clearly any problems are on their end. Okie dokie, so I think now... Oh, I see, that's why when we travelled through here before we ended up at the same place. It's because it's actually one big section of the transportation field that's exposed. Right, so I guess we turn that bridge around again and then we explore the area I accidentally blocked access to. Which is probably going to lead to us gaining access to the tree, I would suspect. I don't believe you can rotate that again, as you can't reach the propeller anymore. Good point. Hmm. 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 Oh dear. Yep. I did drop this staircase, but I can't get to the other. I can't get to it because the top bit of the bridge is rotated as well. So I think the only way I can advance is trying to find a way through to the other side in some other way. You can get to it. Oh, okay. I'll go back and have a another look then. Through the house and left all the way. Oh, that's true. Of course I can. What am I thinking? Sorry, I've been quite foolish. Made a series of very foolish series of very foolish thoughts. What's up here? Nothing I can get to. You have not lost access to any places you once got access to except above the waterfall in the beginning. Sorry, I'm just having a very brief little bit of an explore. Well, it'd be rude not to. Interesting, I didn't know I could do that. I don't know why I'd want to do that. Ah, perhaps if I rotate it round the right way, these all connect up to something? Although I don't see anything for them to connect up to. Yes, a little area on the other side of the bridge. No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, absolutely right. I was being foolish. Not thinking things through fully. Oh, of course I need to make the turning quite a ways back this way. There we go. So I wonder what would have stopped me from turning the bridge inconveniently before I had dropped that. Perhaps it's just hard-coded in that way to prevent players from doing that with no real-world logic. Oh, the ramp locked it. Fair enough. Okay, I am hoping this will give me access to the tree. That's the tower, isn't it? Okay. You want a 6-digit code? My goodness. So am I to understand I can't get access to down there until I have the required 6-digit code? Because if that's the case, you really, really would have thought Cecil would have mentioned what the code was. It's hard to imagine he didn't know that, and it's hard to imagine why he would have felt it necessary to withhold that information. Okay, what now? Well, there are 2 areas that seem to be blocked by codes. So that's the thing. Notionally, I suppose I should try and find the codes, but pretty sure I've read everything that I've come across so far. Doesn't mean I haven't forgotten something, but no power to the ramp up there. That'll be the problem. That'll be another problem that I could potentially solve, not that's nothing to do with the other problem I was talking about just a moment ago. Lots of problems, yes. I think it's most likely that the codes exist somewhere I haven't been yet. I can't know that for absolute certain, but it seems quite likely to me. It took me a hot minute to remember where I could go when I first played the game too. Just looking for codes I could have missed. Those are 5-digit codes. Not much help. I do wonder what that's used for. It feels like I'm supposed to turn the projector on and rotate it so it's over this one, but I did that before and it didn't seem particularly helpful. Anything on the floor to read? Could I have missed anything about here? Well, I could have. I don't think I have. Apparently all this is nothing. Okay, what else? What else? Were there any codes in here that I didn't know what to do with when I first encountered them? Two, 211. I'm going to write these down in case any of these are in fact codes. Two, 2, 1, 1, 1. 1.5. 1.5. 3. 1. 1.5. Point 5, 1.5, 2, 3. Don't remember if I took pictures of these, but I may as well. Where else? There were notes up the top of CW's workshop, weren't there? That's another area where I could have... Hello? There we go. There's another area I could have easily seen notes and forgotten. May even be worth giving CW a quick knock and seeing if he'll just tell us the code. Since, as I say, I don't see how it's in his interest to keep that information from us, and I find it hard to believe he doesn't know. I will say there is one spot in Hunref you have access to, yet you haven't accessed as of yet. I know that's not entirely helpful, but a hint nonetheless. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I have a copy of that already. Hello? There we go. Please change Farley's lock code to secure the vault. We've seen that. That's how we got into the White House. Wait, what was that? Mayor's imagery request. Entry canyon. Farley's house. Center of town. Tree. Water source. Okay, yeah, we've seen all that. Wait, let me look at that one last time. Yeah, nothing particularly interesting there, I don't think. Okay. Nothing there of particular interest. So I'm moderately certain we haven't encountered those codes yet. I can't absolutely guarantee it, but I don't think we have. There's one 3-digit code we're looking for and one 6. Oh, I see. Telling us combinations would make it too easy, I guess. It's not just that we have to perform lots of manual tasks for you, but we have to do it in the most difficult way possible. Is there anything through here worth reading? This looks a lot like the rock from one of the alien... well, what I theorized was one of the alien settlements. I wonder if that could be swapped out with the rails somehow. Then again, I don't think that would give us... I don't think that would be an advantage in any way. I don't think it'd allow us to do anything we can't do already. I wonder if that rock can be destroyed by the cart. Where even is the cart? I've forgotten where I left it. Oh well, we'll worry about that in the future probably. I doubt that's the breakthrough we're looking for. I've forgotten if we've been through here or not yet. I'm not sure we have. Oh. Maybe not, but it just leads us back to somewhere where we absolutely have been already. Did I leave the cart around here somewhere? No, I know where the cart is. It's down by the submarine, isn't it? Ooh. Okay. Okay, we can make it all the way over here, it seems. no further. Hello. Where do you lead? Oh. We've been here as well. Oh yeah, I remember. This is how we first ended up here. Because we'd seen it from the other side, but we, or at least I, wasn't certain how to get in initially, and it's we make our way in that way and then unlock the gate. Ahaha! Progress. Wonderful. You were screaming. Oh, I'm sorry to have distressed you so, Jay. I should be relatively careful. Because again, I don't know what's here. Actually, I wanted a closer look at that. Okay. So is that powered on a lot of places that didn't have power before? Possibly. Now that was the thing I saw before through the window that was disconcerting me. And still is. Oh, what do we have? Multi-purpose Villain control panel interface. This is a control panel that the Villain have supplied for our use. Although they are able to control their systems with vocalizations, they have provided these control panels for other species to have limited access and control. If you have trouble, please find... I think that says Noah? For help. Remember, the Villain numbering system is base 4. Drag from one blob to another to form the Villain digits. Drag between blobs to disconnect. The standard panel has 5 digits, but single digit panels are also used. Use only first digit to simulate a 1-digit panel. All panels will autocorrect for invalid entries. Oh dear, do I have to work out what all these are, or am I to assume they're in some sort of sequential order? Oh, okay. This isn't so bad. Okay, I imagine I'll be doing a lot of copying out then. Okay. Hold on. Let me look at that again. So it looks like it's only the 9 inner bits that matter. These outer bits don't. Bear with me while I add these to my notes. Right, and I have 1. Right. Clear. What's 0? Is that just nothing? Yes. Fair enough. 2. What do we have for 2? Interesting. That's consistent with that worksheet we saw to the side. Interesting that I don't think any of them have touched the topmost, bottommost, leftmost or rightmost yet. Now this is 4. They said they had a base 4 number system. So it'll be interesting to see what this does. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Perhaps the outer bit is relevant. Ah, I see. And that's what they meant by base 4. The next one should be completely predictable. So the next one should be this bit up here, and then that to that, and that. Hold on, this is out of control. I'll use the mouse. That to that, and that to that. Indeed, it looks that way. And we know what 7 must be. You can also drag between drops to draw and press a button on the top of the machine. Oh, that's interesting. Yep, that's what we expected 7 to be. So 8 is going to be the next really interesting one. Oh, that is interesting. And then this is presumably going to be the same, but with that to that, when we do 9. Yep. This is one of the more interesting numbering symbologies I've seen in the Cyan games. Okay, so the next interesting one's going to be 12, which is presumably going to be like 3 but shifted up by a space. Yes. And then 16 will be interesting, because presumably they can just shift it up again. Okay, so what have they done there? Have they shifted it up and rotated it? No, they shifted it 1 to the right. That makes sense, and we'll verify that with... What do we want now? We want 32, don't we? Is that what we were expecting? It is indeed. So that's easy enough. So I wonder if for the 64s they shift down by 1. Yes, they do. And then presumably for the 256s, they shift to the left. So they're going round clockwise. Yep. I like it, very systematic. Though they're going to get a bit stuck at this point. So let's see. After that, you're going to get up to the 1024s, aren't you? Error. But I bet it can handle 123. Very nice. Okay. I imagine I'd be a little slow translating either way, but in theory I can, given the time, I should be able to decipher anything in their numeral system. Are you in trouble? Need help? We can help. Kenway, Bilham and Bail Law Offices. Free consultation. Auto accidents, slips and falls, all other injuries. Interesting. Can I open this up for easier access, I wonder? Okay, that's convenient. Who was that? Was that the villain? I think it was the villain. Yes. Okie doke. What else, if anything, has this given us access to? Oh, these could all be codes. I'm going to assume they're not, though. Not unless I read something that specifically suggests they've taken one or more of their codes from number plates. I did power a couple of other areas, didn't I? So it is plausible that I may have given myself access to some places now that didn't. Or is it garage and downtown? I'll need to check the map to see which area is considered to be the downtown. Whoa! That was unexpected. While I'm here though, let's see if I can remember how I get back up top to where that ramp was that I couldn't lower. Was this the way? think it was. Yes. Wonderful. Right, so that provides another shortcut. I still don't have the 2 codes I need though. Right, what did Cecil ask me to do again? He asked me to connect up a battery and he asked me to get under the tree. So I suppose the priority right now must be figuring out how do I get... how do I get to the tree? Where did this take me again? Oh, this was the way to one of the... locked doors, was it? The one with the 3 digits? Yes, I think so. Looks very much that way. So if, hypothetically, there were a way to get to the other side of that via the transportation field, it would have to be more or less underneath where I am now, which doesn't seem very likely, does it? So that's probably not the way it's done. Right, while we're passing through, let's check precisely what to consider to be the downtown. I think there was a... Oh no, wait. There was a map in the White House, wasn't there? I didn't have to go this way. Well, I'm here now. Does this have labels? It does not. Okay, I guess I do want the map in the White House then. Was there any information on here? No. Well, I mean, there's information on there, but there's nothing that we can use right now which... I hadn't... which hadn't otherwise been useful until now. Oh, you say there's a battery over there. Perhaps that's the one that Cecil wanted plugged in. That's not the map I was thinking of, though. I know I've seen a map before that had the different... Oh, goodness. Clearly that'll be very useful in the future. I know I've seen a map before that had the different regions named. Oh, it was on the other side of the garage, wasn't it? Because when we turned the power on the first time, we saw only the other side of the fuse box, and that had LEDs lit up for which parts had power and which parts didn't. So there's a battery around here, is there? Could this be it? That would make some sense. This looks like it's it. I would notice that all of these could be 5-digit codes, but there's no real indicator which one we would use as a code, so... and I'm pretty sure I have plugged it in. So perhaps the dialogue just isn't observant enough to... Or perhaps the dialogue that they'd written doesn't take account of having completed one of the objectives but not the other. Okay, that simplifies things. That means we're only concerned with getting to the tree now. Right, let's go back, check that map, see precisely where the downtown is, because there's a good chance that's where our next little bit of progress will be found. Right, down here I believe. Where was it? Somewhere about here. Here we go. Yes, and now all the lights are lit up. That is peculiar. There's no downtown, there's just town. I may be misremembering. I could have sworn though in the first session I saw the word downtown written somewhere. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Well, in any case, perhaps I should poke around in the town a bit more and see if anything is working that wasn't before. Since that's certainly the LED that was turned off before, which is now turned on. In fact, I wonder if those doors will just work now. Perhaps the reason they wouldn't work was because they didn't have power. I doubt that's the case with this one. This one's probably been barred from the other side. But possibly this one. Nope, no such luck. Fair enough. I won't be surprised if we're supposed to get in there in the very near future, though. I wonder what that structure was. What was it trying to do? It looks almost like a coal chute, doesn't it? Like you'd have a minecart come up here, then you'd open that and coal would fall down and you could refill it from up there or something. Perhaps that's from before the... Perhaps that's a very old structure from before the town was transported here. I'm not sure. That light was on before. Right. What was that? Just reflection. Nothing of interest, I don't think. I'm sure the game devs wouldn't have made such a point about giving power to the town if that wasn't significant in some way. So presumably there's something we can do here now that we couldn't do before. I wonder what that thing is. This has got a light where it didn't before. I suppose, strictly speaking, the upper area up there would have power now where it probably didn't before. I don't know if that's in any way advantageous, but I guess it's worth a look. The workshop itself, I believe, well, I know has had power for a while, and I assume its power supply is completely independent. I mean, ultimately coming via the garage, but I assume it splits a fair ways before the town. I did this before, didn't I? Yeah. So I think that's flowing. Doesn't look like there's anything more I can do. Let's grab the cart and see if I can destroy those rocks over there. That's not entirely useful without any way to get up there, but at the very least it'll be interesting to know if I can do it. I might be able to from this angle, actually. I can't see from this distance if those are natural rocks or projected rocks, though. Natural rocks, it would seem. Okay. That doesn't help us, but it's still... Well, that doesn't help us much, but it still helps in the sense that it's allowed us to dismiss possibilities. We can be fairly certain we're not getting up there via that side. So what is the advantage of bringing power to the town? It's strange, isn't it? Because the only areas inside the town we seem to have access to are these rooms. These three. Well, these three paths, I suppose. Unless there is something over here that's been made accessible that I'm just missing. You know, it does feel like going across there would be the most straightforward way over to where the tree is. But that would require getting the minecart there. Which I'm pretty certain we dismissed earlier. Or at least I did. Because there was no obvious way to get the minecart up there. It would have to get onto that track. Can we at least see if there would be a way down there? Possibly not, actually. Not unless we could walk across there. Although it does seem like that's something that we should be able to interact with, doesn't it? It's frustrating because in real life you absolutely could pass over this. Oh, are we supposed to pick that up with the crane and then dump it in place to repair it? Oh yeah, we could get up the back of that building, couldn't we? Up the back onto the roof. And it wasn't clear why. Perhaps that's worth a second look now that the power's back on. Well, I don't see any sign of lights being turned on. Wonder what is this here for? Why bother to provide a path up here? Either in real world terms or in terms of game development. Like, I suppose real world terms it would give you easy access to that. So perhaps that's the only reason. Perhaps it's just environmental storytelling. Okay, I think I may be in need of a hint at this point. I've been stuck a while. Check out the projector in Farley's house again. Okie doke. Thank you for the hint. There is, of course, that big number 15. I don't suppose it was trying to tell me that the code is 015, is it? That would seem a bit silly. Or 105. Look at the front of the projector. Oh, thank you. Let's line it up with the other slide in place. Oh, that wasn't far off actually. Okay, now let's swap it round. See what we got. That looks a lot like the Verlaine number system. Oh, I'm supposed to line it up with that. Probably. Maybe. The screen over that chalkboard moves up and down. Oh yes, I remember that. Not tremendously useful though. Oh, but I can do it bit by bit. Gotcha. Okay, so I suppose I need to ask myself, what is the most likely configuration here? Looking at the shapes they have. There's no threes. Again, you can draw on the machine and press a button on top. Oh yes, I'm aware of that. I could do it either way. But right now I'm asking myself the question, what is the most likely way this is supposed to be configured? Hold on, let me look at this without the projector briefly. That seems distinctly more likely, doesn't it? Is that even possible, though? How did they get a bottom left to top right line? How did that happen? Without another line coming out of it? Such as for a 3. I think that must be it. It must be effectively... Wait, could that be the case? Oh, I don't have any shadow. Somehow I feel this is the most likely one, but I wish I could think of a concrete reason why. Or maybe those crosses are supposed to line up and make X's. Not those crosses, those strokes. That's it. I bet that's it. So what do we have here? We have a 3, I believe, in the... Well, that's shifting up by 1. So that's in the 16s column. Is that right? Where would 3 be? If that's the central dot, then I think that's right. That would be... But why wouldn't it display it as a line going that way and that way? Because that would be valid. I'm trying to figure out how you get a long... I'm trying to think how you get a long bottom left to top right line like that. I'm starting to think this might not be possible in their numeral system, and that perhaps they've just hard-coded the machine to respond to that symbol specially. No, it can't be possible, can it? Because a 1, remembering that this is base 4, 0 is nothing, 1 is bottom right to top left of length 1. So that wouldn't get you a line like that, because it would be a diagonal in the wrong direction. 2 is like that. Again, you wouldn't get a line like that because you would have extra lines coming out of it, which there aren't. And similarly, with a 3, it's 2 lines like that and 1 line like that. Again, you wouldn't get that because part of it would have been cut off. Plus, you couldn't, since they always shift up by 1 upwards, rightwards, downwards, or leftwards, you couldn't get a 3 in that position anyway, because it would have to have gone up and to the left. So my conclusion is, that's not a Verlaine numeral at all. They've just hard-coded that machine to respond to that symbol specially. Which we can test. I'll use the mouse for this, that'll be easier. $4.06. Now I suspect if we do it backwards we won't get the same. We did though. Why? No we didn't. It's different. Let's try that again just to confirm. Wait, how do I clear this? 0. Yeah, it shifts. So indeed, that wasn't a Verlaine numeral at all. You suggest I read the last line of the worksheet. All panels will auto-correct. Oops. Will auto-correct for invalid entries. Fair enough, but autocorrect isn't an algorithm. It doesn't tell me how it's actually going to determine what the input should be. Like, if you enter an incorrect result, how does it figure out what the nearest correct input should be? But I do take your point. It doesn't follow that they necessarily hard-coded it in the way I was initially thinking. It's possible that they just knew what the autocorrect algorithm was because they wrote it and exploited it. Still, progress. With a little bit of help from Jay, I now have the code I need to get into one of the locked rooms. Thank you very much. Wait, where was I going? Down there, I think. I believe it's set up in a way just so you can make the correlation between the items you've seen. Yes, but to be fair, it's not an absolutely terrible way to store a code in such a way that someone who's part of your in-group could retrieve it, but someone who's not isn't. Especially exploiting the autocorrect. Wait, was that the right way or the wrong way? I think that's the wrong way. Especially exploiting the autocorrect in the way they did. Because if a Verlaine looked at that, they might think, oh, that looks like it could be one of our numbers, but it isn't. By analogy, supposing you were exploring some alien's lab and you saw something that resembled some of our letters, but wasn't really any of them. I'm not saying such an encoding would be impenetrable, but it's not. I don't think it's a terrible way to go about it either. Yes! Progress. Mr. Mayor, at your behest, here is the information pertaining to the Bleeder, its history, and some of the engineering behind it. The Bleeder project was designed and built at the request of Mayor Sims to collect and dissipate the ever-increasing power in the entire ecosystem. Mayor Sims was reluctant to allow the system to come to fruition, as he and others had become suspicious of Mayor Farley's death. He believed that without knowing more precisely what would happen to the cell wall at fruition, it was ill-advised to allow it to possibly open, thus allowing what might be outside in and what might be inside out. The system had the capacity to throttle all 4 connected worlds. The idea, as you're well aware, is to suppress the ecosystem power and thus inhibit full maturation of the trees. It was postulated, and since became apparent, that this suppression will keep whatever unknown maturity process from happening, and grant us direct control over tree fruition. The rate of dissipation is sensed and regulated automatically. The power is collected through Villain-engineered extruded cables that attach directly to the dome membrane. When the maximum power level exceeded, the dissipation phase is triggered, creating an electrical charge followed by discharge into the water. Through electrolysis, an amount of hydrogen and oxygen is generated. We capture some of these elements for our own use, but the great majority is released into our atmosphere. This gassing might be a cause for concern were it not for the ecosystem's ability to filter and maintain our atmosphere at near ideal levels. Excess H&O content and pressure generated by the process is rebalanced quickly by the membrane. So the membrane must be what I've been calling the transportation field, I suppose. And as you know, we discourage swimming when the bleeder is operational. Joseph for mayor. Interesting. Is this going to bring me out by the tree? Yes. Indeed it has. Can I go any further back? No. 17125AH, Special Council Session 2, discussed final approval of Farley's plan with regard to the imminent attack. The full council vote was unanimous, and I gave my final approval. Preparations update. Farley says tunnelling is almost complete. VAM informs us that the Villains just completed their construction and have started testing. Special Council Session 12. Oh, so it must have been 11 up the top, not 2, in Roman numerals. 12. No one attended. I will inquire as to the reason for their absence. It appears that the council members feel like we're having too many meetings. Since the plan has been approved, perhaps we can reduce our meetings to every 2 days for now. While I was asking Cecil about his absence, I also inquired about securing the tower area. Special Council Meeting 13. Cecil will provide a new key code for the lower lock in the next few days. Cecil was concerned about any survivors not having access, so it was decided that we would conceal the code in Farley's house and give the residents the location they were being... Give the residents the location as they were being chambered. I also had him change the upper tower access code. Right. I'm trying to think precisely what they mean by the tower. I'm not sure. But we so far there's been 2 codes concealed in some way concerning the Farley's house. One was the actual house number and the other was the code we've just deciphered. So I wonder if Could we be in the tower now? It doesn't look much like a tower. A clue to the code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. I have decided to bring some of the more important mayor's logs with me for chamberings, specifically the initial Hunrath log and the logs that document the history of our conflict with the Mofang. I would think we would have an extra chamber available for historic documents. The tower is the elevator, which also would have allowed you to enter this building when you found out the code for its first use. Oh, I see. Because I was the 5-digit code. Okay. So presumably, they both go to this building. Special Council Session 14. Only Tam attended. He informed me that because of the dire circumstances, the others were either extremely busy or not inclined to have long discussion about the situation. I told him I would suspend the regular special council sessions and he would simply meet as the need arose. Oh, sorry, it wasn't 5, it was 6 characters, wasn't it? But you can also call the entire building tower. I paid a visit to Farley today. I asked her to check on the availability of a chamber for the documents. I spent the last few days collecting documents. I've divided them into 2 categories, chambered and vaulted. The vaulted are less important, but obviously worth making an effort to save. They can be moved into Farley's vault area. The vaulted category will also include any books that we've managed to collect through the years. With less than a week remaining before chambering begins, the population is tense. We've had several town hall meetings to try to answer any questions, but the realities of the current situation make it difficult to assuage fears. Farley has informed me that there is one final confirmation from Shavar. If Farley doesn't hear from her by the end of 17,141 AH, so that's in 3 days' time, I believe, then there is no turning back. There is an odd justice to Farley's plan in whatever the Mofang bastards send to kill us. We will return back to them. That makes it sound like they had something to do with this membrane. I'm just going to divide that date by the approximate number of days in the year to get an idea of how long they've been using this date system. About 47 years, just under, up to that point. Special Council Session 15. A special meeting was called to go over the plans for the final time. Farley had several instruction sheets to distribute. The Mofang weapons illustration, a list of all souls that we used as a basis for the chambering manifest, and a thorough summary of the battle plans. These will be distributed as necessary. No word from Shavar. Farley tells me that there will be at least 1 chamber available for historic documents. Any other extra chambers will be loaded with emergency provisions and medications in case either Hunrath or Murray are completely destroyed. No word from Shavar. No word from Shavar. Death is on our doorstep. Curse the Mofang devils to hell. I am leaving to be chambered. This journal will remain here to inform any future souls of what our last days were like. Your last days? Is chambering not some form of suspended animation? Okay, that appears to be some sort of compass. As does that. That looks like a French compass. Then again, there are probably other languages that follow the same conventions. Interesting. Wait, what did that say? For someone, may all your doors stay open, Mr. Someone. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's a curious thing. Wow award for community excellence. Interesting. Okay, that's convenient. So I still don't have the code for operating this. And presumably I need the code before I can use it. Wait, are AH and BH after Hunrath and before Hunrath? Yes, because Cole Hunrath, he seems to have been born at naught. No, not born, arrived, sorry. Oh no, came into office. These are mayors. Ah! Got it. So 0 is the day Hunrath came into office. Now somewhere I think I wrote his... Oh no, I was going to say somewhere I think I wrote down what his birth and death date from his gravestone, but it just says RIP, so that must have been one of these stones which didn't have such information. Caroline Farley wasn't in office long. Then again, neither was Joseph all that long according to those dates. Still, that's very interesting. So how long... So the earliest date we have is 500 days before Hunrath. See, that still brings us up to less than 50 years. And the dates of the people arriving covers a much longer period than that. Ooh, there's stuff beneath me. Can I get there? Perhaps that's how I progress. Perhaps I need to get the elevator working. Perhaps the elevator can take me down lower. Yes, it can. And that's probably how I get into the tree. So then that raises the question. How do I get the 6-digit code? I need to get the elevator working. Right, what did this say? This must be lower tower. Cecil will provide a new key code for the lower tower lock in the next few days. Cecil was concerned about any survivors not having access, so it was decided that we could conceal the code in Farley's house and give the residents the location as they were being chambered. I also had him change the upper tower access code. So that's what we don't have. I've decided to bring... Oh, sorry. A clue to that code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. A clue to that code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. Which code? They said they put the lower tower code in Farley's house. I also had him change the upper tower access code. Okay. Got it. So it must be the upper code they're talking about here. The one I need has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. So their first mayor must have still been about. Luther Roscoe. Around. So they don't even know when precisely when he came to be mayor. So I'm guessing it was probably Karl Hunrath that strongly recommended they start counting days then. A clue to that code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. See, I wonder what... Do they actually mean that he was alive and told them to do so? Or is that in some way code? Hold on, let me go back to my deceased individuals page. Luther Roscoe. So he, assuming those graves are accurate, he had passed on by then. Sorry, has passed on by now, I should say, not by then. He might have still been alive when that was written. I'm gonna find his grave. Where was it? It was somewhere up here, wasn't it? There. Well, there doesn't seem to be a clue in the vicinity. Hold on. Maybe I should copy out the list of mayors and cross-reference that with those that appear to be in the graveyard. Right. Luther Roscoe. Around 500 BH to 3 BH. Carl Hunrath. Naught to 10,220 AH. John Farley. That's interesting. 10,220 AH, so he took over the same day. That's quite rapid. Benjamin Sims. $13,140 AH to 16,940 AH. So again, he took over the same day. Caroline Farley. Is that the same Caroline? We saw in the projection. I think I concluded she was Caroline Farley because she was living at the Farley house. But I suppose, strictly speaking, I don't know that. She could have just been living at a house that was named Farley after its initial owner. But it seems very likely, doesn't it? Okay, so that's 6 individuals. Hold on, I remember what I was going to also check. I wanted to check which one they thought had the suspicious death. Mayor Sims was reluctant to allow the system to come to fruition as he and others had become suspicious of Mayor Farley's death. So that would be John Farley. To Caroline, whoever might come back. Probably worth checking that recording again. See if she's referred to as Farley there. Henry Hartnell. No record. Benjamin Sims. Sarah Hartnell. Just going to record the ones we believe have passed on. That is the mayor's specifically. That's not very helpful. And in real life that could be easily lifted. Carl Hunrath. John Farley. Luther Roscoe. Ida someone. Hartnell possibly? John Hartnell Sr. Mary Hartnell. Okay. So the only ones that might... if this graveyard is to be trusted, then the only ones that might still be about are Caroline and Joseph. None of those had dates on them, though. Hold on. I want to check something. So that Hartnell does. That Hartnell does. These Hartnells do. As to these, I can't be sure. What I'm wondering is, did they swap over from using traditional dates to AH and BH? Well, they didn't mark the graves with the AH or BH, so perhaps it really is just laziness. Oh no, wait, I want the White House, don't I? I want to cross-reference some of their records. Emptied and filed. 1200 AH, 1300 AH, 1500 AH. Oh, I was wrong earlier. I said that we'd had the latest date was in the 2400s. It wasn't. I completely misremembered. It's 240. Sorry, 2040s. Even so, it's clear that less time is passing here in days than years are passing as people turn up. And they're not turning up in chronological order. This person turned up. This person, taken in January 2017, turned up a couple of years before this person from 1942. So they're turning up out of order and the chronology's off. Unfortunately, we didn't get any real world dates. Yeah, that's really not helpful. We don't know when these... Though we know that some of these mares are supposed to have passed on, 4 of them specifically, we don't know when that was supposed to have taken place. So that journal entry that says about under the direction of our first mare, it's very hard for us to say whether they were alive at that point or not. Hold on, this is where I meant to be. You'd assume yes, wouldn't you? But it could be code for something.
Alright, now move around just a bit. This is a rough one. Why are you so nervous? This is just a bit.
Okay, now what? Okay, that's enough.
Well, I swear, you are the next.
Where did you get these anyway? Are the mofos just giving you stuff now?
Generous of late.
Oh, well, the subtitles gave it away. She is indeed Caroline Farley. Okay. The only thing is, a lot of time had passed between Luther Roscoe being mayor and Joseph being mayor. About 48 years, I think. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't have still been alive. It's just, I'm dubious. Where it says we hid the code under the directions of our first mayor, I'm dubious about whether they mean that literally. Okay. So really it is just gaining access to the elevator right now that is gating my progress. And the only clue I have is this comment about the first mayor. Interesting selection of flags. A clue to that code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. Hold on, placed under the direction of our first mayor. I had so much trouble with that clue since I'm not a native English speaker, so I had no clue what that meant. Colorado? That doesn't help. If that was the clue they were referring to, then I would agree it's not the most obvious thing. Yeah, Swedish isn't an option as far as I know, but also I like to play in the original language. Oh, in other languages it's way clearer, that's what I can say. So... I suppose I need to try and make something of Colorado. Just checking the notes in here again. Nothing there that's particularly helpful. Perils of the sea. Mo Tang Blast. Arai Tai. But yeah, I do have a lot of sympathies with you, Pengy. I don't think that was straightforward at all. And if the clue was in fact Colorado, I would argue that it wasn't even... It doesn't even make full sense in English. Colorado. Had anyone shown up from Colorado? Doesn't sound like it. Perhaps I need to re-listen to both sides of this.
Well, I feel like I should say something. We haven't heard from Shavar. So, well, so we assume that Shavar, well, the attack is inevitable. We just don't know when. So, Shavar and her family, and others she trusts, I guess, well, they'll arrive when they can, without giving, like covertly. So the plan will happen, in spite of our we're locking down as much as possible here.
Did you look closely at the small box on the mayor's desk?
CW will stay here, and I'll go to...
I'll have a look in a second.
At the last possible moment.
Ah, so that's where she is.
Most are gone. There's just a few left here now. The mayor got out early. I don't even know why I'm recording this. It's like somehow we'll live on or something. I guess this has meaning if someone listens, but who? A new one? A new arriver. Oh, God, the kiosk out front. I need to update that message.
Wait, is that going to continue? It's not going to, is it? I'll rewind that, then I'll head back to the mayor's office and make sure I have a good look at that box. Did you mean this? Stay on the mayor's desk. Oh, Roscoe. Oh, I see what you mean. I know what they mean. They're using direction as a... as a metonym for compass. I mean, it works as a cryptic clue, but I absolutely sympathise with someone who's not a native speaker having trouble with that, because it's not I'd say it's not even necessarily obvious to a native speaker. Right, so looking for references to Colorado.
It was 1870 for you.
No? No, no.
We all lost everything. Everything but our stories. And they shouldn't be forgotten. I was 3. It was April of 1983. Cecil, it was 1870 for you. Sam and Vera, you tell it like it was yesterday, but it's been 62 years since you saw that blast of light. And that's where all of our news stories began, that light. It streaked across the sky, mesmerizing, but unnerving. Some of you were alone, I wasn't. My dear grandma, God bless her, rejoiced as if it was some forebearer of good fortune. Vera, you said you recall smiling. None of us understood. But, well, we followed. Whether it was in the deep woods like Cecil or right outside town like Jane and Jenny, we were drawn to see more. Grandma lifted me from the carriage on the porch and up into the yard so we could watch it unobstructed. Even in daylight, Joseph, you said, was gloriously bright. But in the twilight, it was spellbinding. And we all felt some kind of trepidation, and yet attraction as we approached it, and it approached us. So close, so radiant, and the sound deep and vibrant, organic. You all remember, there was no turning away. It advanced, almost like purposefully, spinning slowly until, well, it found us, each of us. We should tell these stories because it saved us, and there must be more.
It was in the middle of the afternoon. I was watching the sunrise. It was about 2:30 in the morning. December 26th, 1948. May 7th, 2009. September 3rd, 1995. I was down by the river. I was hiking in the desert. In the park with my grandson. I looked up and saw a brilliant flash of light that exploded in the sky. The light had just flew into the clouds and shined some trees and it disappeared. I looked around and you notice. See, it was
Okay, no help there. Colorado. Colorado. 6 digits. Colorado is a place in America, isn't it? I'll get it soon. You have faith. Oh dear. I fear your faith may be poorly placed. Oh, do I need a Colorado number plate? That's the point. Weren't all the number plates from America? Or have I made that up? There we go. Yep. Progress. Thank you, everyone. Oh, how do I get up there again? I need to head up the stairs that I lowered, don't I? Okie doke. So presumably it's 415 to begin with. Five, 3. I wonder if it's 19 after that. No. 72? Or has the BC been converted? Because sometimes you will have... There is a convention for how you convert numbers in telephone numbers into letters, isn't there? Which is basically just distributing them among the 10 possibilities. BC would probably both be 1. Why didn't that register? Ah, that's a shame. Okay, so we have the 4153. Then we have 72 maybe? Okay. You're aging yourself. In what way? Not knowing rotary phones. Alright, Mr. Rotary Dial, let's try that again. What could it be, though? I take it zeros aren't ignored, are they? Oh, I did it wrong anyway. I still remember my grandparents' phone number as dum-de-dum-de-dum. The payphone may help you solve. I will have a look. Thank you for the tip. Those old rotary dial phones used to be everywhere. I will reserve judgment till the end of this puzzle, but I am a little dubious whether this really is to do with the rotary mechanism or not. I'd have thought it's more likely to be a way the phone network used to work back in the days when rotary dials were in use. Where was it? It was somewhere about here. Oh, there it is. Because I don't see why the rotary mechanism itself would cause you... Oh, 2. Okay, so I had the right idea. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll be like 30 seconds or so. I want to check something. Yep, I just checked, and indeed that looks like the same letters that are on my home phone. So yes, I don't think it's specifically to do with rotary dials, it's just that I didn't know the convention for assigning letters, and I was thinking logically, well, surely you would start by assigning some letters to 1 and then so on. No, apparently you start with 2. And I have no doubt there is probably a very good reason why it was done that way and not some other way. I just don't know what that reason is myself. Thank you for the help though. Did I misremember it? 4153. Did I do 4513? No, I did 4153. BC 22, that would be BC 4153. BC 4153. B? Oh, is that a G, not a C? I think that's a G. Fair enough. That's 100% my fault. Okay, what's G assigned to? 4. They don't have a Q or a Z. That's curious. So the leading part should have been 2-4. Yes, indeed it is, Pengy. My character's certainly getting their daily exercise in, aren't they? Yes! No going any higher? Fair enough. Progress. Oh wait, am I misunderstanding how this works or something? No, for some reason the game just didn't like me. Ooh. Interesting. I mean, I definitely want to push the plunger down. But is it the wise thing to do? Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Underwhelming. Interesting. Captar, have we heard of that before? I'm not sure we have. I wonder if Captar is the name of the Verlaine sphere. No, that's Mare. So perhaps it's the Array sphere? I'm sure this is going to be very important and relevant later on. But right now it doesn't seem to do much. I pushed this an even number of times, didn't I? Let's make sure it's done an odd number of times just in case it's a toggle for something. Oh well. Oh wait, oh no, that's right. And this is another area we've not been yet. Doesn't go any further down. That's alright. Hello, what do we have here? Worksheet. multi-purpose Verlaine control panel interface. This is the control panel that the Verlaines have supplied for our use. Although they are able to control their systems via vocalization, they have provided these control panels for other species to have limited access and control. If you have trouble, please find Noah for help. Remember, the Verlaine numbering system is base 4. Drag one blob to another to form the Verlaine digits. Drag between blobs to disconnect. The standard panel has 5 digits, but single digit panels are also used. I see. Use only first digit to simulate a 1-digit panel. All panels will autocorrect for invalid entries. And that one's partially filled out. Wonderful. Well, it'd be rude not to. Hello, Yisha. How are you? Don't think there's anything here I have missed. Yeah, I'm alright. Thank you for asking. Aha! And now I have access to the tree. Why doesn't this want to work? Don't tell me this is my life now. No, we're good. I'm here. Here at last. That is not what I expected. I don't know what I expected, but that wasn't it. Ooh, spooky. This must be how I'm supposed to get to Murray, I think. Oh my goodness. Again? Not what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but this most definitely was not it. The glow must flow. Interesting. Oh no, no, we're good. So I have access to 2 places from here. No, 3. I suspect that's our 3 neighbours then. Thinking what to do now. I should probably go back to CW and see if he has any further guidance. Ah. Caught in a loading screen. Now, the Hunrath seems pretty well opened up at this point. There's not that many places that I know of that I can't get to. So I imagine quite a lot of what's left in the game is probably taking place on other spheres. Or in other spheres, I should say.
Making progress. It's nice not having to do all this myself. You can just keep connecting all the trees, all the roots. I gotta finish the plates around the tree. I'll get them connected to my battery. If you ain't already done so, I need that battery cable plugged in. Remember, everything connected.
But what does that mean? What does that mean? Cecil, what does that mean? So I guess I'm connecting trees or something? I'll tell you what I should do. I should head back up the top of the tower and see if that instrumentation is actually any more helpful now that the tree of all things seems to have power. Yes. I guess this is what he means by connected up. Hunrath seems to be doing something, but the others don't. Oh, too far. Well, actually, while I'm here, how do I look at photos I've taken? Probably there. Okay, that's not helpful. I was hoping that that panel might indicate which colour corresponds to which place. Because each of the portals is a different colour. One's blue, one's red, and one's green, I think. Okay, arbitrarily, I pick blue. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. It's almost like they don't want human contact for some reason. Well, I'll rub myself up against this one then. Nope. This one? Oh. Wait, this turned back, didn't it? It did, and I didn't do so. That's a little concerning. Curious. I wonder how I'm to connect things up. Right, it does... Is that a reflection? Or is that a different place? I think that's a different place. Maybe I'm supposed to go there. Maybe I'm supposed to get there some other way? Such as through the seeds I found that could transport you? That's all I can think. Right, thank you everyone for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I think I'll stop there for tonight. So my next stream is on Wednesday. That'll be another Poetry, Prose and Riddles stream. There is a danger I might be late for that one. I can't be certain, but I have a COVID vaccination on the same day, and if that overruns, then that one might start slightly late. But it is going ahead. Then Friday and Saturday and the following Monday are all video game streams. I'll be playing for Obduction until it's finished, and then after that I'll have to pick another game. So yes. Once again, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I wish you all a wonderful night. Good night.